Good evening! Hello, hello! Welcome! Good evening! Hello, how are you? Did you have a good day? Did you sleep? I hope you slept in between. I did. I slept around, I don't know, from 12 to 1 or something for like an hour. You slept a little. Okay, that's good. Because it's one thing for me to, you know, do this, but like... Take care of yourself, okay? Hi, good evening! Alright, we're gonna jump right in. I forgot a lot of the... What's the case about? The William Shakespeare dude who died but didn't actually die. That's what the case was about. How are you? I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you? I hope you're good as well. Whew. 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Please click. Thank you, game. Oh! Hello? Who went to bully you with? Yeah. What's going on? He says. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsuma, to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Seto. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. Just checking in, still not having caught up on the watch. Okay, thank you for the alert. Thank you. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning? Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own depth. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for, that's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to a beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial's about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Oh, okay. We shall do just that. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. Ooh. Let's do it then. Let's do it. 23rd of February, 9:40 AM. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsel for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. As always. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Do you? Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. These people! What the hell? Now, Lord Van Zieks, what can you tell us? Okay. The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the... Honestly, I have forgotten everything that happened. That's glass number 1. I'm not going to count them today. I don't care anymore. I don't even know where I counted it on the last time. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to save a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsuma brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. You counted to send in the bill. And there wasn't a trace of... I already forgot. Strychnine? Or any other toxic substance in it. Oh, no poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation. Oh, where did the poison come from then? As they suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsuma, is blameless here. Yeah, no, that would be too easy. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true, no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But, what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. And there it goes. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on a night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Okay. Okay, sure. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Well, leave. Show Mr. Shamsphere to the stand. Bing, he says. Bing. Mr. William Shamsphere, the victim of this despicable crime. Who's still alive? Oh, heaven or hell do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice cones a tight secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel a sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further my own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not put on my sins, of that I am sure. Pardon? Pardon? If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for cowards such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of far the east and Verona did contrive to poison you. But there was no poison that he found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamsphere? It's probably going to be like, oh, but the tea that I poured into the soap is the tea from Natsume's cup. So, of course, there's not going to be any poison in that one. Why would he poison himself, right? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Yeah, speak and stop jumping. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man had come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, there's no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. See? See, what did I say? That's going to be his argument. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I Shamsphere be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well... Wait, does the wine bottle have a Reaper on it? Is that his own wine? Oh, does it? I never actually looked at it. I'll have to look next time. I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Yes, gladly. I have to look. The next time I see the bottle, I have to see if it has the tea inconsistency, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. That's not true. And we know it's not true because there's nothing left on Natsume's cup, Mr. Natsume's cup. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chub logic? What is this, you dark-clad fiend? The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim, and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Oh yeah! You're right, there's a tiny figure on the... Maybe it is his own wine. A tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsuma told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea. A ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamsphere, you clearly lied to the court. To Ninnery! We have people lying to the court all the time, though. He actually drinks it. Wow. As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. No, you definitely filled it up more than 7 times. I counted. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. Oh, for this moment! On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamsphere. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accuser's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now? Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, it's as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. Well, forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup below. When I looked, it was empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot as my liege did suggest. Bruh, you can't just turn around your entire... And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this bold cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, all we did so far has been useless. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. That's not true. What does this mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear after I did dine at Grub's Grubbery Ale House that night. Naught did pass my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as that. So when his cape doesn't also burn up in the And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as what's be called soup, and a leaf as what's be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some force to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment seemed to fit serve the wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord, wait, who just... Oh, him. If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe you may have been duped by the rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the wife there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poisoning. He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I can sway you. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now. Yuzai.
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 Well, let's get rid of that. No, let's get rid of that. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day. Oh, no worry. I'm going to turn around your happy day. How's this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. As always. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. As always. Okay. Jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It is absolutely lethal, gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Wow, half of you are like completely talking about something else again. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamsier was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsier was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If you don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsuma will be found guilty. It's okay, we can do this. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Aye, aye, sir.
I shall do just that. The defense's rebuttal. Oh yeah. Tell me more about that. Can we please refrain from all the talk of gas? There's an all-out attack on the way here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. Haha! All I've heard about are wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are the unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. Ooh, they're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from the meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh? What are you? Hi. What are you on? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh god, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry, I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets here. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to a pipe network. Yes, but how does the blowing into the pipe come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And, if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. I see, in other words, if, upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Oh, no worries, you're going to see soon. Because I'm going to pit you. And you. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. Maybe don't do something secret in front of your customers. Yeah. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsuma's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene, to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamsby? What speakest thou? With thee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Are they tasty than gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Was the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress will perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes. And there it goes. This is no summation examination, this is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friends conjecture. Well, too bad. You have no right to talk during my summation examination, so fuck you. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have had to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Why the fuck did you fill it if you're going to throw it immediately? There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. There is. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamsby put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamsby has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. Yep. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now I've got the jury's ear. I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again Mr. Shamsby stood in front of his gas lamp. Which one is it? The handprints on the wall. Here they are. What the? These are... Wait. What are they called? Yes, the skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamsby had touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On a table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsby also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamsby has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... Oh! He made them flicker? every time he got gas? Wait, no. But he actually did get the gas. So he wouldn't need to make them flicker to pretend that he got gas. Never mind. What, me now? When a gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out. And gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamsbury were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other lighted gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to... Hey, oh, bro! That's your fault, Daz. Let's acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination. I'm going to ignore it. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zieks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, are so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Yeah, we had this problem before already, you know? Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. Oh. Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Susato. It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3! Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fella has to say about those shady handprints. Well, that's 2. 2 for us. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait. You heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence.
Get fucked. Get fucked.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsuma's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Ooh, he's sweating. Why, Mr. Shamsbury, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Alright, let's keep going. We'll continue, counsel. Alright, tell me more about this. All the evidence, you say. Oh, excuse me. That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the English man with the bigger mustache. I know it's actually mustache, but I don't know. In my head, it's always mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamsbury had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question... Can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Oh, well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese courts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if you can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Chancellor really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have supporting testimony. No, in truth I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there's witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garida residence that night, namely... Suzuki Natsuma himself. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Suzuki Natsuma himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsuma said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on the fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me. Ah! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly! So that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there. What will you do that for? Mr. Foreman? What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree, there's more to this case than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Ho ho! Nice! That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
Yay!
Mr. William Shamspeare? My lord, how can thy humbly Shamspeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? There it goes. Goodbye. I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there... What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some of the remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it wouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Wait! You think he tried to kill Soseki because he originally wanted that room? Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamsby wanted to end the life of... If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamsby was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsuma isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious. The fucking judge always just like, oh, good gracious. So where's your evidence? The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamsby's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. That's not true. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. That's not true. I can imagine at least one other person who could not have known about Mr. Shamsby's antics. Whatever Mr. William Shamsby may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? No, I don't. I would not. I would not agree. I would not agree. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamsby's room, so we must name the person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider the leanings again. I trust you make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh. Oh wait, I wasn't fast enough to read that. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit. A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsbury is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green, Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago? Yeah, exactly that one. The victim in a recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsuma was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamsbury's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So on the face of it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. She could have done it earlier, no? My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison! And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamsbury. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamsbury's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friends fast through to its conclusion. Thanks! Appreciate it. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Okay, nice. That means I can drink. It's probably going to be like one more part. And then we're going to see who the true culprit is. Nice. 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, hello, Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Yes, Shamsbury killed Miss Green's friend, though she wanted to kill him, but then this mass happened. Yes, something along those lines. Maybe. Mr. Shums, you came. How wonderful. What is happening here? Oh. Please save your derision. I know what you're thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. Sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I croaked. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking! And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose I proved by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is a scientific matter. Ah yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! The bottle of poison! Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Strychnine! Strychnine! So I was right. Perhaps, though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. A bottle found in possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Could I have a word? Ah, you. I hope he shares his wisdom when he manages to wake up on time. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of... yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye. Show me. Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? What? I've copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you! Ooh, Scotland Yard's file about a convicted criminal Selden that includes a newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. Wait, let me look at those immediately. I want to know. Examine. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Oh. Manchester Strange, where a prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with a fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Oh! So his loot is not yet found. Interesting. Include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Oh, okay. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in a proper fashion. Thanks! Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in his crown. A shining diamond, in the rough maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. court proceedings are about to resume, make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all? Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Welcome to Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamsbury. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Rinosuke. You have to. Alright. "23rd of February, 12:30 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." Guess who's back? Back again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for the backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say.
Thank you for the hire time and the posture check.
Hold on. I ran I ran to get another bottle of water before stream because I started playing the music and then I noticed that I don't have another bottle with me. So, Lord Van Zieks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. By leave, bring the witnesses in. Ba, ba. You're an interesting pair, you two. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamsbury, my liege. For my occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green, I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. No speed.
Speed!
Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Whatever that means. Mr. Shamsbury. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green? Yes. You are aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett-up household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is a Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why. We would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no. The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. Eh? But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let's proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place at Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. Okay. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the man in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Yes, the second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the Haunted Lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare? It was the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they are unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. His cheek should have paint on it now. Yeah! And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. The evening of the 17th of February. Okay, 1, 2, 3... tell me more about that little matter you had to attend to, no? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What's that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. We know exactly what that is. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Oh? Why are you reacting? Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Pray forgive me. The great word springeth from within me with never thought. Good evening. I'm good. How are you? Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well... Nay, sir. That was nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodgings fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in a room just one floor above yours? Miss Green? Me, my lord. Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Let me see that, let me see that. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear on the screen. Let me look at it first, though. Examine. Alright. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? The screen strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Oh, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Yeah? Oh, you don't mean... What do you think of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. That's what I'm saying. They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. Haha! They fit together perfectly. So... That's what links them. Is that enough for me to push them? It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with the testimony, please, Miss Green. Let me go back then to this one. Tell me more about that. You have no money, but you were getting food somewhere outside. A tavern, you say? Which one? It was the Slug and Cellar way, did Terry? There's a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zieks? The Slug and Cellar offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grub's Gravery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your meals. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just want to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation? A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on the day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day of the incident 6 years... 6 years? 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if you have some evidence that can explain those actions. Yes? Mr. Shamspear. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Cellar, the place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, those has some purpose speakst. Very well, I represent the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Cellar that day, namely... this one, right? This card. I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? Yes, exactly. That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. But maybe that's just me. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Oh, well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. The card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Oh, sure. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Are you sure? Because I don't believe that. Considering that we found this piece in his room. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. And I find myself lagging behind. For whatever reason. Well, I know the reason. Our Wi-Fi is still not working. Like, it works to an extent. It's like you can basically load websites most of the time. The only good thing is that, you know, a LAN and, you know, using a cable, it works. So I'm good with the computer and everything, but everything else I use that uses Wi-Fi. Tough luck out here. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. But where did you find that? In Mr. Shamsby's room. Eh? In my room? Wait, why is he surprised? Did he not know? Mr. Shamsby, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Sell Little Briar Road at 5 PM on the 17th, and so that's exactly why you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamsby. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As the stone of end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamsby's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? Oh! I don't have the first idea, I'm just a fledgling artist after all. You think she took it? There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamsby's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke... I mean, they were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for him to break character and just start talking normal English. It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. I'm gonna get ya. Miss Green. Yes. Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Yes. I do remember now. It was a week ago, per adventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day on the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Cellar, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. Punished with the warning that you will be punished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into his man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Wow. What a piece of evidence. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamsby? Faith is so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern at night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was... A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was without question found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and approves. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Because neither of them want to actually tell the truth. Well, counsel. I'm ready, my lord. Very well then, the defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room, there can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Oh, oops, that's gone too far. Why would you snuck into the room? To poison. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Cholmes' chemistry said, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. Strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room? To... His animation is so funny. It may seem incredible to the court. But from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Me! Oh, ooh. Ouch. Are you okay, man? Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely? Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zieks! And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity. Yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsuma, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsuma's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. Once Mr. Natsuma had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsuma's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. Hello, TK, good evening. I hope you're good. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsuma returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamsbury was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Oh, 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 oh. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the slug cellar at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say the letter was written by Miss Green, yes? And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel? Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Where is he?
Where is he? There he is. Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsuma, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garydeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when a man died in strange circumstances at the Haunted Lodgings. That does ring a vague... Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsbury blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh, so it's not even the first time he tried to kill someone with the gas. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, cures, death. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you... Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Wait, fiance? I think if it's about the man, it's fiance, and if it's about the woman, it's fiancé, but... You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamsbury. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry. Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamsbury, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? Oh wow, that's a big box she's standing on. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Yes, my lord, that's correct. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamsbury have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? Well, because I said that before when I was like, oh, he probably tried to kill Mr. Natsuma. It's because it's in that room that the what's his name? Selden dude, maybe has all his stuff stashed, no? Because it's still not been found. You've completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. I can do that right now. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. It's lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pie, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected it. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Thank you for the higher time. Of violence, of villainy, or tyranny, or rotundity of woman. Where? But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Awfulness, or artfulness, or tyranny, or profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted a note that had sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? Yes, we also discovered a hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. That's rather a nice key. Whoa. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, what's all this about? He inherited that key? It was always important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So whatever it means, you can open something now. I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamsby has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsby at first, but considering everything we know now, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? It's easy. I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. No, I think this one is actually really easy, because I'm sure they just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamsby's alleged crimes? Meow. This one. That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How do you get hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsuma have only one thing linking them. The fact that I had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we noticed, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems the one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selling entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? It's a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in his file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. That's what I've been saying! So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrett's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room, and when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly awakened room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... That's a lot of... Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. Is that really his name? Shamspeare? It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Ooh! Mr. Shamspeare. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, then there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest a victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. You really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of the loot. I'm afraid that, however hard you press him, he'd never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord? Yes, Counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, Counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamsby's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Shams. You've been saying that! Great detective. Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamsby. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah, Sherlock Holmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy backstreets of the capital, are they not? Well, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we met. Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Van Ziekstein. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Of course he does. They have a backstory. They're not going to tell us until, like, I don't know, maybe the 4th case. Or the 5th. I don't know. But they have a backstory. We just don't know it yet. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's a method by which we're able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Ah, well, we have someone here who should have something, no? We will need something of Selden's in order to create this indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in a court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Oh, there's just one.
Where's she? There's just one person here who it could be. Miss Green. Me? What do you want with me? The key. The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in a room that he used to rent. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. Mr. Shamsby has one great to another, I assure you. If the light convict's hole was hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamsby, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stone wealth. In that case, I gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give the key to me. The detective shan't have it. It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No, no. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Oh, shameful spear. Despair. Be thy name. What the fuck? There he is. Defeated. Down on the ground. Destroyed. I don't know any more words with D. Oh! He lost his hat. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find a convict's haul of stolen goods? Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garida really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign a new lease. Poor Mr. Natsuma, what unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead to you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stuff always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grub Scrubbery for some food, so I followed him, and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. The place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating their gas installations. A rumor? You mean... Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. Anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I'd never been, I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamsbury was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. Imagine if Mr. Shamsbury had been innocent and then some poor gas worker would go and check it one day and be poisoned. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamsbury, and then I wrote him his little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Cellar on Bury Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that it would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And it did! And of course, Mr. Shamsbury followed the instructions to the letter. Why wouldn't he? I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I brought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Just desserts. Damn. Well, she can be tried for attempted murder now. 3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friends. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green. Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamsbury. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamsbury, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Suzuki Natsuma here present. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in a poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamsbury didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Like, now she at least knows the truth, right? Aww! Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Hot! Milky! Woo!
Oh my god! That was painful. That was painful. Like, who would have guessed? At the beginning of all this? Oh my god. Ah. Court is adjourned. Kolonk. All this. 2 hours just for, you know, that second day trial. 23rd of February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. We did it! Oh yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical powers, Mr. Sholmes. Look, I'm still Mr. Naruto Squire. Once again, you saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became a prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Oh, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of the dock and dinghy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Thank you for the hydrate time.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England? What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume, how wonderful! Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature! Why not? Why not is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache? I suppose you're right, yes. It will in a way be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I for one love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit a scholar, and barely in time later, Suzuka-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot, hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. What is the loot? I want to see it. 24th February, 10:13 AM. Mr. Natsume's room. I thought it would say lodgings. Oh, and then, Mr. Sholmes, how simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Would you agree, Gregson? Oh, he's mad. Grex has been happily matching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hole. What is it? What is it? What is that? Whoa! Yeah, that's going to be important someone later on. If that thing is not in the 5th case or something, I'm going to I don't know what I'm going to do, but that thing is important. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge though. And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There's some dark stains. Yeah, there's some blood on it, no? You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. Baroque. Baroque 1-6? I don't know. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. A B. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. Every time you come into this and go like, oh, you should stop looking at it, I'm like, I don't trust you, Mr. Holmes. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this on you. It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over. Now. Listen, I don't think Sholmes is a bad dude. I just think he is hiding something. And I'm going to find out what. I've never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. If it's that large, then that would mean a human being had it on their neck. That's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood? Pretty darn sure. What other stains would you have on the inside of a collar such as that? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist. And the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris? Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. Again? What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Dude! Is that clear? Yes.
こうして漱石さんの2つ目の
Oh, that's voiced!
闇に葬られた。今ならわかる気がする。
I feel like
なぜあの時ホームズさんが事件の発表を禁じたのか。全てが一つにつながるにはもう少し時間が必要だった。物語が再び動き出したのは佐藤さんの手紙が届いて2ヶ月後。その事件はかのロンドン万博の最中に起こったのだった。
Ah, there we go. We're finally going to the great exhibition. Oh boy.
End! Yay!
That's the end of the second case.
Woo!
Oh my god. Which means we're going to get right on with the third one. Because all of the cases that are still left in this game are apparently even longer than what we just had. It's like they're only going to become even longer. Twist the comment his last bow. To resolve of the Yunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, why can't I already read those? That's weird. That's not good. I don't want to spoil myself. Thank you for the pet. Okay, sure. Let's see. Let's see how far we can get before my voice gives out. Episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul.
19世紀末、大帝都ロンドンで開催された万国博覧会を知らぬ者はないだろう。世界の文化、最新の科学技術がハイドパークの特設会場に集められた。来場者総数5000万人を超えた今世紀
That's
最
so
後に
many
して
people. I can't even
最大の
imagine
祭
that
典
many
は
people.
全世界の人々に強烈な印象を刻み込み、大成功のうちに終わったのだった。しかしその会期中に起きたあの大惨事の真相解明の裏側に我が友シャーロック・ホームズの活躍があったことを知る者は少ない。彼はあの大事故の裏に幾重にも隠された真実を暴き出したのである。
Someone's on the ground.
ハイドパークにそびえ立ったロンドン万国博覧会の象徴ともいえるあの水晶塔のごとき孤高にして凍結した名
Maybe we're
水
actually going to be allowed to talk about this case after it's ended. We don't even know what the case is yet going to be, but if it's yet another case where it's like, oh no, no one shall ever hear about it, I'm gonna scream. The exhibition was absolutely packed with people. Unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
来るべき20世紀、蒸気機関と電気技術は世界を制する。馬車は姿を消し、自動車が行き交う。海を渡る船は羽を持ち、大空を飛ぶ。本日は皆様にさらに遠い未来の実験をお目にかけましょう。超電気式瞬間移動技術。世界で初めて ての実験であります。
Okay. What does that do exactly?
人体を巨大な電気エネルギーで瞬時に分解して別の場所へ転送。
Oh. Yeah, that's not going to work. He's going to die.
その組成情報を計算して元の姿に合成する。驚くべ
I'm
き
sorry, we
技
don't...
術。
We can't do that yet. And he certainly couldn't do it. Oh no. Oh, he's going to die. Oh, that's not good.
これより一瞬の後、この紳士は驚くべき空間を超える旅をする。
Uh-oh.
電気分解された紳士はあの水晶塔に転送されるのです。
So either this dude is going to die, or they have like a magic trick in place that he's going to show up on the other side. Because there's some other dude who looks like, almost like him. Oh god, oh no, oh no. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. That doesn't sound like it was supposed to happen. Maybe don't the public experience like that. Maybe! Yay! Now the entire public has seen someone die. Cool. 22nd of October, 9:36 a.m. Shomsuit. Runa, are you listening? Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were you talking about again? Today's paper. It's full of news about the great exhibition. Yes, the great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Oh. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. Well, you're right, Mr. Naruto. I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast. I was just quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim, so much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly can be deduced therefore that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from walking in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Why am I forbidden to go to court? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Why don't we all go see it together? I want to. Of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case early. Yeesh. I suppose I should try finding out what's going on. Alright, tell me. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial held at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. But spare me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Oh, so it's still about us actually getting a guy acquitted, even though he was very much guilty. Because I'd been wondering what happened, what did I do wrong, but it's just been that thing. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and then also about Sholmes cases. Brewing Irish special blend of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I think of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? The delightful Lord Chief Justice, not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. That's very true. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on... Do you mean those things? Fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. I like it. I've been in a hot air balloon before. It's nice. Like, it's just... I don't know. It's very calming? Because you're just standing in the thing. Okay, to be fair, when I was there, I know in German you say you ride them. I don't know if you say that in English as well. I think you say in English that you fly them, right? Anyway, when I last was in one, I was still very small, like child. So I couldn't actually see over the top of it. So I just, because you know, you obviously have to go inside of the thing. What I did was, there's like little holes so people can climb into them like you would on a ladder. So there's like these little holes in there. What I would do is I would sit down on the ground and wash through the holes. Because I wasn't big enough yet to look over to actually see the outside. And I mean, what's the point of being in one of these if you can't actually see down to the ground? So I sat down and looked out through the hole. And you could see the exact same as above. You didn't have to, I don't know, fight with anyone to see. That was nice. I was always scared I'd lose my shoes though. With those things. I don't know. Like, no matter what kind of shoes I was wearing, I was always scared I would lose the shoes. Even if they were obviously tied and everything. In 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. Oh, so this is an actual stage for the open experimentation. Interesting. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Okay. A newspaper containing various articles about the world-leading science and technology on show at the Great Exhibition being held in London. Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Oh, is it? Wait, what is on the back page? Let me look at that. What's this about? Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. That makes sense. Oh! A lost cat! Oh no, a lost cat? What about a lost cat? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition. Everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attack. Lord Van Zieks and compatriot Cornet. Oh. That's Lord Van Zieks? This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Oh, oh, oh! What's that about? Well, let's talk about his gloomy mood first, but then. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. This is your own fucking house. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually. The more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say, put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Alright, let's see. What do you know about the Reaper being attacked? It says in the paper that Lord Van Zieks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, prosecutor Bardo Van Zieks. They say that if the Reaper's a prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, the person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among the fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh! My goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? What, Strongheart, perhaps? Are you sure? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Shrums. Ha! You really are shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. The fuck? Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. You look like Mickey Mouse. Alright, Drew, let's get going. Iris, what are you wearing? I've got change to go to a great exhibition. You're going to take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there. Wait, what?
Minnie Mouse.
Iris Mouse. Iron Mouse. No, I don't know. Alright, fine. Just load a weapon, will you? Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we go to see the great exhibition. Okay. Wait. Do you? Yeah. Do you have something to say about the spade debate? Iris. Hair color fits though. It does. 22nd of October. I want to see what she says about the spade. The office spade. Now that Mrs. It is gone, the shovel is on represented to correct me. Maybe I have to do it myself. That's not a spade, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel. Ah, so you're a spade, are you, Runo? What, you want to battle it out? Alright, I'm not going to argue with a native English speaker who has some kind of gun. Ha ha ha! Well, that's good enough for me. So she's saying it's a shovel. Okay. Alright, is he home? "22nd of October, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice is Oviz." Again. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Yeah, I don't trust the guy. Bruh. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all though. She's happily reading over there. She's so cute. The outfit is so nice. I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me.
Hello.
Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Not true. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. I don't trust this guy. You know why? He reminds me of Fonkama. Fonkama? Fonkama. No. Fonkama. He reminds me of Fonkama, that's why I don't trust him. Mel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding new technologies, dealing with petty crime, and furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As with a hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Oh no, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Yeah, that's... Actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Oh, here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on a study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Oh my fucking god. I think by now everyone knows who Kazuma is. If a tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Sugi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Oh! Oh! Think of all the people who started in the middle of the game. Listen! I'm pretty darn sure you can't even start with Untitled Chapter. Yes, you can get started with the second game, but you can't just start in the middle. No! That's wonderful news, Rono. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. Curious affair. You consider it, I hope? Of course, please tell me more. Ooh, curious affair. Tell me. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes. Oh, excuse me. I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. What? Hot damn. From Germany? Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Thank you for the heritage. Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right, it's just what my herbal blend needs, a dash of devil may care. Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris' imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. ODS man. ODS man. ODS man. An investor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion. A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Hairbrain. Hairbrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. As always. On a charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. I feel out of my depth before we've even started, still. We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely. Definitely. Ah yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zieks. How? How? All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. Germans win a game as German people. But that's exactly it. It's like, what, Germans? So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. Stop scaring poor Iris! Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly. It's extremely alarming. Stop it! If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. What? Oh, fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was... Other countries around Germany are rare sight. Yeah. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Maybe he has something he still needs to find out the truth about. Might for an achievement? What do you think about this? By the way, Lord Stronghand, about this... the symbol of a defense lawyer in the Japanese judiciary. Oh, I didn't expect you'd know that. We never exact foreign students before first researching the legal systems of their home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. Yes, right. Okay, cool. Okay. Prison time, then, I guess. Hi! 22nd of October, local prison, cell 11! The one said cell 11, that's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look! What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain? Hi. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer? Was that something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! The magnificent demonstration was an out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens, no lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Okay. Can you calm down for a second? That's probably not a good time to mention that your seal made my concentration leave for a while too. Well, let's talk to him then. Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned a demonstration yesterday? The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in a stricter sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time it was a great success. How does that work? You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Aslan was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs have you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that I wish to be punished. At once. But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know? He said that the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as a murder, then they'd say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'd be able to pour with it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. I see now. Okay. Instantaneous kinesis. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Hypothesis? Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. Possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried about the look of it. Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is my calculations are flawless, the science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always a fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money, money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Assman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Of course, that victim. Any other victims? Yet? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odi Assman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thank my lucky stars. I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research, I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition, and if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Assman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer, He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams will blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Yeah, I don't think he's lying either. How am I going to... I feel I'm missing something here. Hold up. No, that's the same text we saw earlier, never mind. Wait, hold up. He was... Maybe I need to present the thing to him first. It reminds me, have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story in the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zix would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. Ah, there we go. I forgot to do that earlier. It does strangely. It does, strangely. How is he? Fortunately, Lord Van Zix emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zix. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money. A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchman certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman, Mr. Odi Assman. What? Did you say Assman? That's the man who died in a big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, non-publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zix as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ants outside the courtroom. and fearful of their fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Looking while you do your hair, okay. Welcome. I hope you're good. Something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Hehe. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. You do that. I'm already 11 hours and 60 minutes away. What? My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late, that's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for disengagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get it straight from the horse's mouth. From the horse's mouths. Away with you now, I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes, thank you very much, my lord. Aha! That means we have a new place we can visit. There we go. Let's see then. Hi! 22nd of October, prosecutor's office. Wait, that's a... That looks a little extravagant for a prosecutor's office. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. That sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? An amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that... Hello? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Hi! Oh my god, he's tall! We've never seen him actually standing, like, actually in front of us. He's tall, the fuck. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Wearing a mask. He's very able and competent, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend generally inhabits our great courtrooms. I'm sorry, what?
Hi, what do you think about my badge?
I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. It's like, it's the same as if when you went around with Phoenix and you just shoved the fucking badge into everyone's faces, like, nice. That's a badge you got there. What am I supposed to do with it? I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times. Not something to flaunt. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Hey. Interesting. So what about the attack? Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True, carried out by henchmen of O.D. Asman's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. O.D. Asman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities. Ah, and he used the money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when a demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? This has worked out. I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Oh! You're... What? Huh? I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so paths rarely cross. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper's the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Ziek thinking? That's a good question. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crowned prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean? Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. There was a prosecutor, the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world's a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsuma, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Well, that's a good thing then. Less crime in the city means, well, it's good for us. I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zieks. Damn, bro. Okay. I want to know what this extremely big picture is about. The portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Cool. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zieks' facial features. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? The portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Wait, if it's not you, why do you have a gigantic fucking picture in your room? Painting. Not picture, painting. What's this thing? Oh look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. It's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he might need to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Or maybe he's trying to find out how the crime took place. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. Ah. Japanese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Okay, anything here I can look at? Yes, this. Lord Van Zieks' desk. Look, it's so stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You probably like chess problems in that case. I love to challenge Lord Van Zieks sometimes. To a bout of shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Okay, what's this about? Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest berries from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. Oh. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, so it's my problem now. My fault. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. Maybe you should just stop throwing around those things, no? So it's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Of course, it's my fault. Anything else on this side? Let's check. No, I wanted to check out the other side. Okay, what's here? Anything? No? No! Okay, what about the guy on the ground? Nope, we can click something else. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Cask in the Reaper's chamber. Or are they caskets? You don't think. All those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them. Did that, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Runa and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Why does he have bats there? Hey, yo! There were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was a familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Hi, hello. Really looks like a punishment to me. It's because of the way he's sitting. Never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Rune, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. He's not dead. I cannot sit like that. Like, I can sit like that for, I don't know, a minute at most. Like, not even a minute. My legs start cramping up immediately if I try to sit like that. Alright. Let's see then. If he has anything new to say. No. I feel like I'm just gonna show everyone all that I have. It's not a lot anyway. How could this have happened? He must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the crystal tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For 3 shillings? Divine retribution killed a man? For scientists, he has some very illogical anecdotes, long and illogical. Okay, well that's not what I was hoping to get. Nope. I honestly do not know what to do. What happens if I show you the newspaper about the attack on you? Note 16 about the article in this paper. Ah yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when a little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. It looks as though I was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him?
Ah, there we go.
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Like you are to Hurley then, Bruno. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh! Hi! Yeah, okay, we cannot see anything of this person. The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. What the fuck does that mean? Nice to meet you? Okay. Back to work again. That was really strange though. I've never met the man before, I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Ho ho! Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart is strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. That's weird. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh, no, I mean... sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. Wow! You know, gay thoughts, naruhodo. It couldn't be. It couldn't be what? What's... what? Ah yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with a stoop and a mustache and a jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it in investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san, after Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Ah, finally! Okay, let's go. Now I should be able to go to the prison. There we go. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of his from your university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really. What? Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The reeve of the baby, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. We're going to find out about that at some point, hopefully. What sort of event? Okay, mood. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time, I was in Germany already. Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure if I understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still. I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the great exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright, let's go. Stop pointing that gun at me, though. 22nd of October, the Great Exhibition grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. And there are a lot of people on there. I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through to the throngs though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh ho! What? What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. What's happening? Ah! Right, I've had it with you this time. I want you to arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah, go on, Inspector. Give it a shot. You can get no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya, if you want the bag of chips rammed down your throat.
Ooh. Yo-ho, Graxy, what are you doing up there?
Ah, it's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable! I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson inspected Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, isn't it? Is it really that troubling? A measly 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? I could stand to carry a bit more copper on in your pockets, Mr. Naruhodo. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. I can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In a case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh? Or the diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Raxton about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, although after a long time, people can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. Inspector part isn't entirely accurate, no one calls it that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, right? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Talk to me. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear, Jenny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of Vogue, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris' old man to think about. Iris' father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is I don't rate so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Graxie and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson and brave. Well, you know Hurley, he enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what? Ruin of what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was to be found in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Girl, you don't have worry. Although, if I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Oh, here we go. It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, that I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsuma in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. I mean, I guess. They're not going to kill off another character we know, I think. Corey was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe you should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You have no trouble at all. Then settle. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was. How can it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and a whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there. What? In the tower? Oh? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, well the glass is broken, you mean? Oh, yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really, they get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. That's got to be something to do with doppelgangers and two people. Or some kind of, I don't know, mannequin or whatever. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right, with science? I tell you what, you can't have this. It's a plan for the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had the bob of you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? A diagram showing the relative positions of the Crystal Tower and Professor Harebrain's machine had exploded. Okay, what about the investigation? Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth anyway, investigation is off the cards for all of us. Why? Yes, Nautio Grexy ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine we blew up yesterday. Now that's not fair, we're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate it neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from that lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss called me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remembered it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto? Go and see if you can get through there. He's up on the platform above us to see where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Rexy will listen to us. Oh god, no.
Thank you for the posture check and higher time. Good evening. How are you?
Okay, let's look at the place then. Is your sleep schedule okay? We will see. Depends on the time I end this stream. Oh, but that's going to be alright. I can sleep anytime I want. I can fix that easily. This platform must have been set up for the experiment. I suppose it's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what the policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. Me too. We don't use them in Japan. Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. Thank you. But soon you have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you got used to our measurements. Well, they're dumb. Yes, well, the thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. What's this scrap? Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. A thorn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. There's scorch marks at the edge. At the edges. Okay, what's this thing? It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the treasures there. Dropped or hid? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in a blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing? I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Mysterious contraption. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition ground, almost as if it had been hindered deliberately. Ho ho ho. Oh, I can go up? Crystal Tower. It certainly is an up name. Yeah. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. Oh, but they do have pretty large towers by now, though. Like in modern times. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. A zoo? But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment wave will be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the crystal tower anymore, but the crystal glass shower. Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. I'm not so sure about that. Nope. Okay. Can I... No, I looked at this. Anything else I can look at here? The flag, maybe? The balloons? I can look at the balloons. I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky? Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much. I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming around flying objects to attack Earth. What? I suppose inhabitants of the planets are bound to be interested in the great exhibition. This is it, Iris, it's happening. It's not, don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Runo. The aliens! The aliens are coming! Let me examine this thing. What can I do? What? Can I click anything? No. Anything? Oh, I broke it. Hold on. Why can I not move the place I want to click? I can't move. Why can I not move it? Why can I not move it? This one. Oh, there's some sort of lever here. Oh, it's a crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing. Ooh, turns out it's a folding crossbow. Aha. Okay. Ah, the stairs. I haven't looked at the stairs yet. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. I think we're going to be allowed to do that. 22nd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share. You seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off of the building. I wish you'd been there to see, Runo. I don't think I wanted to be there, no. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Are we going to be allowed to investigate, though? Look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really, he just looks confused to me. Are you okay? It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! Don't touch that. That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Grexy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry, you can have some of my little special blend to make up for it. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Is that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame? It's driving me potty. Oh yes, a special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government think it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy? I'm just looking. Right? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Haha. Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo? She really knows how to get what she wants. Talk to me. Using high voltage electricity to somewhat disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories or brains have remain illegal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason as coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new Highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he? I have never heard that say. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at... What? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a special dispensation for scientific equipment act. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eyes as I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service, and it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights. And to maintain the invention's confidentiality? Blah, 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 blah. What does that really mean? Confidentiality. Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although good half of them are a load of cobblers if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another one of our government's bright ideas. If any theory invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientist gets funding. Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to pluck up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them as coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science? Hang it. Oh, maybe I can see your point. Okay, what about this specific professor? Apparently Professor Harebrained lives and works in Germany, now conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. At least he's not being overly kinky and saying to bang science. Well, you just need to change one letter. Hang science, bang science, what's the difference? About his time in further education, it turns out he was at the university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks. Eh? What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zieks wins the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed, because the Reaper will get him one way or another? Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that hat of his. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked, right then? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper's completely fine, nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? What do you mean, business? The victim of this case, investor Mr. Asman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reap of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. I hate how so many people seem to think Van Zieks is German. Now, he's not. For one, if he was German, his name would not be Van Zieks. It would probably also be von, the same way that von Karma is. And also, he went to university here in London, in Britain, together with the other guy, who's also British, who just went to Germany later on. So what makes people think he's German? Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I stake my reputation on it, I would. Probably Van, German or Dutch. Yeah. But like, as a German myself, I'm just like, no, he's not German. He doesn't seem German. He's an anime guy. He doesn't seem German. Van Zieks off the sick or something. That's oh. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. I wonder if we're going to find out. Professor Harebrained mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a... Oh, excuse me. Totally different person, easygoing and kind. Van Zieks is just a vampire. Yes, exactly. You what? He said it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Oh, you definitely have a clue. Don't lie to me. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? All of these people know something that we don't know yet, and I will find out what it is, I swear. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the great exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Runo. I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with the present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. Haha, a steel samurai? And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Baritsumasa ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. We'll find out what it is, I swear. Yeah. I wonder when though. I wonder if it's really going to be the final case, which is like, okay. Hi, here's the case. And then like halfway through the case they're going to be like, oh, but now something has come up. From the past, from like, I don't know, 15 years ago or whatever. I don't know how many years ago it happened. The big thing that no one likes to talk about. That has something to do with that weird collar we found, definitely. 10 years? So Iris' age. Ah, so sometime around when Iris was born. So Iris has to do with whatever it is. Haha, I see. Well, I will find out. No spoilies, I will find out. Someday. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a I don't know how to say that. A top knot I could introduce you to. I don't know how to say that. Really, do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Yeah, I know, his hair doesn't look as nice right now. What about this one? What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Hey yo, you're stinky.
Hey yo! How are you?
Ah yes, thank you. The overvoice for the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Revenge, for what? What did I ever do to you? Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? You just finished up casting Go Tournament. Ooh! I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo. Haha! True. True, maybe. Okay, what's this one? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. Does this word tomato mean something for you? Haha, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, I make sure I kill you before I get stronger myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please spare thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. Well, we can't we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying obstructive flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there. But yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. With an A? With an A on it? Screwdriver with an A on it? What? Isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A. Oh, for Albert? It is. Oh, yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'm sure I'll kill you before I get stronger myself, I said. Yes, understand, sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. But Rexy, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really very, very curious. That's not going to work. That's not going to work, is it? Do you think that's going to work? Of course, your ladyship! You're so clever, your ladyship! Fancy spotting something like this. Ho! But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. Damn it! So close. But Runo found it first. I assure you I investigated thoroughly. Oh! He's gone off with it. That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Graxon's going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Graxy. Aww. Poor guy. Okay, what about all this here? The amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards a crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of the thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Well, I guess not. Huh. I can look at the balloons again? So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Timari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Is he scared of heights? Or just like extreme heights such as this? Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Aww. He's really scared, isn't he? Poor dude. Okay, do I have anything else I can check out? No. Do I have anything else to talk to you about? No. Did I forget to look at something, maybe? Please let me move the thing. I mean, did I not look at all this? I can only look up. I looked at this. I looked at all this. Hello? Anything else? Why can I not? What else do I have to look at, game? What else do I have to look at? Or did I not talk about everything with Gina? I think I did everything with Gina though. What am I missing? Can I show you something? What happens if I show you this? As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10 I find clues turn out to be red herrings. So there's every chance it's totally irrelevant. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Okay. What do you think of this? As a detective... okay. What do you think about the drawing? Nope. What do you think about the newspaper?
Inspector, have you read this paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper getting attacked. I know, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it? I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 wings. Thanks to that, I was laid up and got a roasting from the super. Some mornings are like that, aren't they? Okay, that's not helping. What am I missing? What am I missing? What did I not look at? The clouds? It's very nice weather, the clouds are moving. I don't get it. This is the one thing I dislike about... Wait, can I not go back down? How do I go back down? How do I go back down the stairs? How do I go back to Gina? This is the one thing I don't like. Well, let me go somewhere else and go back then. Hi, you're just standing there menacingly. That's fine. That's the one thing I don't like about Ace Attorney games. It's when you get stuck somewhere and you just don't know what else to do. Okay, what do you think about the newspaper? Anything noteworthy? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Hey, looking for this although. When did she do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Okay, nothing. Gina, will you take it? Okay, no, she just does that. I'm gonna try it anyway. Please. Just... What else can I do? Yeah, no, she doesn't do anything. She just goes, ha, gotcha. Well, that's an interesting thing. I don't get it. Why did I not look at this? For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot, look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. And yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burned embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. You probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this. What? Probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Okay, have I looked at everything now? Now there's really nothing left that I haven't seen yet, right? Everything has a check mark on it. Everything has a check mark on it. Right? No! This... What? I just saw something that did not... This one. What's here? Ah! That's what a covenant of the instant kinesis or whatever they call it. That, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set it up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know already. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah. Look, I do this more my thing, wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Nah. I don't think so. Runa, listen. What is it? I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, might he? About what? About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussbill's. Is this supposed to mean something for me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. Madame Tussbill's. Yeah. I wonder who that is a reference to. I see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. There we go, finally. So, new location, let's go. 22nd of October, Madame Tussbill's Museum of Waxwork. Yeah, of course. Yeehaw. Okay. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? Wax models? Why is he screaming? I read about dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adiposity? Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adiposity doesn't form readily, you know? It's only very specific. Yeah. What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. Exhibits. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Sholmes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Hey, Sholmes, did you get it? Why is there a fucking... Hello? Is no one going to mention the arm on the ground? Hello? Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Bruno, stop scaring me! Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! Hey, okay. We're just gonna do the... Let's just start with the most obvious thing, no? It's... The great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own back statue in here, really? He doesn't really fit the scene, do you think? Well, he's world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved a bit, and it just moved, I'm sure, not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Just keep staring at it. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent.
I see a cutie.
Mr. Sholmes, I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kid, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You whine at me. But Rude has something he needs to ask you. A question. And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. I'm sure. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? I love her. He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zieks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Oh, that's a funny place for little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know? It's a step ladder or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how war started. I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Okay, I thought we would only get the shovels, but I guess we get the letters in this one as well. The letters, not letters. Right. Can you permanently stay at Waxwork exhibit? Honestly, I wish he would. I'm tired of hearing talk. What is this place? Madame Tospels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tospels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims to the guillotine. That sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the side of the executions. But that really turns my stomach. There's just one of several legends about the Tospels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. What's up this kind of coincidence given the existence of this disciple? Ahaha! Yeah, no. This has nothing to do with the... I only met that disciple once so far. Like, I don't even know the outfit under the cloak, if we ever see that. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is the House of Horrors. Disciple? Disciple? Okay, disciple. House of Horrors. Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they even stiffer now than the models of them. Ha 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 ha. Have you heard of poor taste? See, I get to correct you and temporarily hold more superiority before we remember only speak one language and fail. No, it's okay. It's okay. You're free to correct my pronunciation of words anytime, because there's been a great many words that I only ever learned just through reading. So I've never actually heard them pronounced out loud. Because most of my English has just been learned through reading a bunch of stuff online. And in most recent years, I keep finding so many words that I've always been pronouncing wrong. So it's good to know. There's one word that I keep fucking up every time again. Though, even though I've been told so many times on stream as well, I don't remember which one it is right now. But I cannot for the life of me say it correctly. When you learn English with people sliding into your DMs, My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibits in here are little portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Oh, he really doesn't like the wax thing, huh? Anyway, I advise you to not think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? You learned English from Vine and Dave Chappelle. Inevitable! Yeah, I think that's it. But this time I said it right. Inevitable. Not inevitable, but inevitable, right? I learned. I've improved. Ha ha! My dear fellow, isn't obvious? For the money. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. Thank you for the fat! As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. Oh no. Thank you for the high return. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Peril? I wish I could. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did this final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Okay, I have something else to ask you, but which you are not going to answer me. Right? Right? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Friend Mr. Reaper, how do you find him? Well, I trust. I guess. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrained, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. I need your opinion. I'm stuck at this intro on a dating site. I want to know if this is bad enough. Wouldn't you want to make it good? So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. I mean, sure, hit me with your best shot, I guess. I recently read a book about resistance on one surface. Wait, what? That one surface or object encounters when moving over another. It was non-friction. I hate it. That's good. That's really good. But the resistance on surface object encounters when moving another. It was not friction. That's really good. You should use that. That's really good. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, and that something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clamped up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Woman! Hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? Ooh, sexy woman. I hope you're appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you notice... Not again. Oh, I like her. I like her design. My apologies, I Esmeralda to spells. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You're the Madame Tuspels? Wait. Listen, I don't know how to speak French. They're only 26 years younger, my dad. Bonsoir? Is that significant somehow? I'm a Madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi? No, I don't know what you're saying. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from a designated exhibit, there will be toilet trouble. Excuse me? Ma'am? She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zieks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot, right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening here. Have we got enough on our plate already? No! At one point we're probably going to have like, I don't know, 5 cases somehow joined together in one courtroom. It's like, oh, actually... Like, I wouldn't even be surprised anymore. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I'm the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that led to the astonishing lifelessness. I give up. I give up on trying to speak. All these waxworks really do look as though they are alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. And everyone is guilty at the end. Yes! You get a guilty with it. And you get a guilty with it. And you! All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled, in the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. Spoilers! To carry one straight par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. Par excellence, I'm sorry. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why wouldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. It was Ayos who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. Okay, what about... Oh, great detective, huh? What's the situation with that? My temporary waxwork model? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Oh! Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? Larry's in this game! For mere £500, I will dive into your corner of wax this very moment. It's clearly Leary. Wait, let me take a screenshot of her. Let me take a screenshot of her. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Oh! 50 shilling, I don't know how much it is. Or words to that effect. It's a pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is consulting detective work not going so well? Maybe. So, what's the thing that's afoot? Could I ask you something? Wait, how did I say it earlier? I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Oh! Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. How's your voice doing so far? Not good. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah. Oh well, there you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? The pose he's doing. My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimands, there are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait, it's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Or, personally I would advise you to not Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer. No, I insist upon payment in advance. Bruh. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Uh-oh. Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is a Tuspel special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. They must have picked a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolute no. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? That is totally not obvious? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only as... Couldn't she have been literally anything other than French? I don't know how to say all these words. Ooh. I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel Special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. You ever heard of Madame Tussauds? Yes. What does strike one, however? I know that, like... It's the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Listen, I know that the original is also French, but it's just like... I can kind of make a lot of languages work if it's just a few words, but French, no. Because it's like, ah yes, you don't pronounce that, you don't pronounce that, and you don't pronounce that. Here's your word. Well, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, the man on the floor, is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in a special exhibit. What? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Huh. What would a German Madame Tussauds' name be? I don't know, Großmutters Wachsstübchen? Though that would make her a grandma, but like, something along those lines. She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, as if you agreed to my fee. I don't care if she's only 26. If she has Madame in her name, it's just... I can make her grandma. You should now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective in temporary exhibit at work. Oh, good, grandmother. Oh god, I have to fix his deductions again, don't I? To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds? That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Haha! Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. Yeah, no, that's not true. Waxworks for sale. Your business has had hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of 200 pounds. No! Why would she do that? Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was of course the 200 pounds. What? Why? It would appear that he twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over, did it occur to him what an extraordinary amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock.
Yeah, I don't think people die that quickly.
Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. What the fuck is he on about? Okay, waxwork location. You wish knew I was a crime. I'm not that old! It gives you every stage of what happened rather than just telling you meaning conclusions not better printed with the player Naruhodo. Tell me about the time when people were in black and white. I wasn't alive then. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is a young man standing over there. Can I have money for ice cream, please? I literally have no fucking coins or anything left. Right now, I need to go to the bank to get some money. I don't even have coins. Right now. Who's this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. You can have some scabs! Yeah, I still have some open, actually. I wonder when I will get those. It's always like, whenever I inquire scabs, obviously they have a long time to even consider if they want to do it, and then they have another, I think, 2 months to even finish the art. So by the time I get some of the art back, sometimes I pretty much have forgotten about inquiring the scabs initially, and then I sit there like, ah, there goes my money. How are Spock's and Sherlock Holmes canonically related? Where? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he wore waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Tuppence. A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to a portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. Know what I like about the fact you don't have your opponents on stream? It means it's not necessary for them to be there. I actually have the category set to them now. After I found those. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madame? I do not...
Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been
seized by the police and remains in the custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in a special exhibit and not a moment too soon. What the fuck are you even talking about? This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
That doesn't make sense.
I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up 1 point, Mr. Sholmes? The notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Otomol. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Otomol. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But it's £200 a lot of money for a wax model. It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So it's quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. The bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all the molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Arius, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tespels went to Enke. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tespels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. One more time. But corrected. Now. Alright. Let's see. We must also sell. And then she has a bunch of cash. And she's looking somewhere over there. Let's see. There it is. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true, but I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for £200. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Sure! Okay. Oh, it's this one. What's that note doing pinned on the wall here? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tespels, we've taken a prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd of October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Well, that looks about right. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness about abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who's the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, Okay, what else? So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Ah, yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard we must let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock, that much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Okay. Oh. What's with your hand? That doesn't look like your hand. This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is her left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax? Imagine getting slapped with a wax hand. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was of course a waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. Heh. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It's the hand of a waxwork model. I really like her design. Whoa, that's an entire fucking arm. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibit and cause damage. So you mean that arm... Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. What? No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. That is very valid. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Ah! That's one thing. Now, let's fix the other one. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... Ah, wait. Yeah, we saw this before, never mind. Okay, here we go. Here's a change. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. But Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets isn't any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' seduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. I see. Ah! What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. That's where she took the arm from. Or like what the other guy tried to take the arm from. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such bone as human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arms that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man set before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions. Observe. It's not because of the price tag. A killer policeman called Otomo, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. 12 isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit. Oh, oops. The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Otomo, really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Okay, the telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is obvious. Bruh. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tasbels. Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He's clearly fatigued. He's sound asleep. But then, what's this attack about showing a price for 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler which the old Bobby purchased recently at the local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does it not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, a secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activities happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the specially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. Great!
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Well, I'm not Watson, but it doesn't matter. All sorts of people visit my museum here, man and woman, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. As you should. Anyway. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was? Are you sure? It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he regained consciousness shortly and returned home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
Thank you for the high return. Hydrate!
I'm going to do exactly that. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Okay. Do tell me. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar in society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Oh? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders had rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Baroque van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life... Someone he know died? As you surmised, it was a Professor case. Who was this Professor then? Oh? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait, of course! What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. I was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. The brother? A brother? The dad? A brother? I don't believe it. Van Zieks! I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older... Oh, the brother. In the wake of his older brother's murder, a young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. What? Scholar Study Translation listed him as Klimt Van Zieks. Doesn't help with people thinking. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. So Van Zieks' older brother is dead, and he was killed by some fucking murderer. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, what? Who? Oh! It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman, I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard it already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barok, are you really... What? But never mind. I know that you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barok. Okay. Until tomorrow then. I'll see you in court. Hairbrain's name in the Scholar Study translation was Benjamin Dubinbow. Benjamin Dubin. Okay, I don't know what the Dubinbow is supposed to, you know, reference, I guess. Holy fuck. No, I'm not. No, absolutely not. Nope. No. I just saved. I literally just saved. It's fine. Yes, I wish to return to the title screen. No, we have the prison scene as background. I hate that. That doesn't look nice. Doesn't look very welcoming. So hi, welcome to the game. Hi, welcome to prison. Wait, what? Oh my god. My neck just did a very weird sound. This is fine. Well, I can't say we got very far. I feel like we didn't get very far at all. Can you switch the scene to resolve? I mean, I can select this here. I think. Oh no, it stays like that. I guess. I'm starting to think New isn't actually anime people. What? How dare you? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Thank you for the bet. How can you prove you are indeed anime? I don't know. I don't know. So many people doing stuff. So many people doing stuff. Evidence, no. You need to present the necessary evidence. Larry's doing a collab. Oh yeah, that sounds fun. I actually wanted to check out that game sometime and I still haven't done it. Sure, why not? Let's say hello to Larry and the guest then. Sounds fun. Wait. Wait. I'm not that quick. But yeah, that's going to be the end for tonight. We're going to hopefully finish up World's End Club tomorrow. Like, I wish to finally see the end of that game. I don't think there's going to be that much left. I mean, I have a message as well that you can copy. But yeah, thank you for a nice stream. Anytime. Thank you for coming as always. But yeah, that's going to be it. We're somewhere at the very beginning of chapter 3, I feel, but I'm guessing I cannot finish an entire chapter of Ace Attorney in one stream anymore. Because the chapters have become so long, I cannot do that. You can hear it, you can already hear it, and I'd rather keep my voice. rather be able to keep my voice, you know. But yeah, for now that's going to be it. I wish you all a very, very good night. I see you all soon. Good night.